Testing, testing. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Do. Hello, hello. Hi. Hello. Hey, is there any way you can pull up the stuff cup slides? Awesome, thank you. Can I see the grawl? Oh, this is the grawl, huh? Cool. Thank you. Do we have a slide that's of a color drop? Cool. Do we have a slide that's applying powder? Maybe not.
No, that one's not going to be applicable. That's okay. That's more of like a powder screen. Hello, welcome to the Tacoma Museum of Glass. Here we have visiting artist Bri Chesler. The team here at the museum are working on pieces for her. She has a residency for the next few days. Do let me know if you have any questions. Otherwise, I'm just going to talk you through what they're doing. Over there we have Gabe. He just took a nice fresh gather out of that furnace. The furnace is melting glass at 2100 degrees. Right now he's dipping that fresh gather into powder. So over in the corner, we have a team of glass workers that are working on some components that'll later be attached to the piece that they're working at the center bench. Over at the far corner, you see Nick. He's putting the glass inside what's known as the reheating furnace or the glory hole. That's so that the glass stays up to temperature warm enough for us to manipulate it. Now Gabe is about to use what's known as a block to help shape that glass. Can I have the block slide, please? You might not have it. So this is a wooden block. It's what we use in order to shape the glass and get it nice and a consistent shape. In order to avoid burning that block, we have it constantly in water. Thank you. This is a residency of Bri Chesler. She's our artist. The team at the museum is working in the center bench, and she has brought in her own glass workers over here on the corner. Can we play Bri's slides, please? So just to give you a little look into Bri's world, we're going to be examining the relationship between botany and beauty and desire. In 2019, Bri was an emerging artist in residence at the Pilchuck Glass School. This is some of her past work that studies similar concepts. She's really interested in color, layers of color, and a lot of layers of mixed media. So these are pieces that she worked on during her residency. This is a piece she worked on while she was studying at the Kansas City Institute of Art. This is a piece that was at the Bellevue Art Museum in 2018 for their Glasstastic showcase. Again, it's a lot of heavy mixed media. Thank you. So right now, at the center bench, we have the glass cooling down so that we can take another gather. If we were to gather with the core being too warm, all that glass would just flow into that furnace. Can we have the furnace slide, please? So right now, Gabe is in that furnace taking a nice hot dip. That furnace runs 24/7. It holds approximately 1,000 pounds of glass, and it's powered by natural gas and forced air. Inside that furnace, you have a ceramic crucible that holds all that glass, and then a variety of other insulative materials. Here we have Nick working on other pieces. So the pieces that are being formed in the corner over here are going to be added to this piece that we're making at the center bench. You can see at the very corner, they're swirling that glass around. The wooden block is being used. Now, when we use that wooden block, you can see that smoke come out. And what's happening is there's a layer of water inside that wood that is burning off. As the water burns off, we have air that protects the glass from touching the wood. It keeps the wood in good condition, and it makes sure that we don't accidentally burn that wood onto that glass. Now, Ben is in the reheating furnace, also known as the glory hole. We need to keep the glass a certain temperature. If we were to let that glass get too cold, it would shatter, it would break, because it hasn't been properly annealed. Now, because we're trying to manipulate that glass, we need to make sure we're constantly keeping it at a working temperature. Do let me know if you have any questions at all. Now, Casey J is about to take a dip in that furnace. You'll notice that when she comes out, the glass looks orange. The glass, when you come out of the furnace, always looks a bright orange, but she's actually using a powdered glass that's a different color. And the glass that's inside that furnace is clear. So as the glass lowers in temperature, it becomes closer to its actual color, which is clear. So you can see at the far end that the color of the glass has been revealed as this purple color. That started off as clear and orange, and powdered glass concentrate has been used to make that color. At the center bench, we see a team effort. Bri is using paddles to protect the gaffer's hand from that heat. That process was known as putting in the jack line. So the jack line is where we will eventually be breaking the glass off of that pipe. It's called the jack line because the tool are jacks. So right now, Gabe is using a paper. It's a newspaper that's been wetted. And this is the closest he will get to physically touching the glass. Right now, he's cooling the glass at the back end. You can see the color difference. The back end is kind of this purpley, and then again, we've got the hottest point at the very tip, so it's that more orange, vibrant color. So over in this corner bench, we have Nick reheating what will end up being the core of this sculptural component. We have KCJ using what's known as the marver to help shape the glass. So now she's heating up that glass so she can get it closer to the final shape. Nice and warm. And now she's using gravity to help her sculpt that glass. She's letting the glass do exactly what it wants to do, which is fall on the ground. And now she's bringing over this component. Now the idea is we're going to sculpt several of these shapes and put them together as a cluster, and this will eventually be placed on the inside of one of Bri's sculptures. Now Nick has to be constantly going in and out of that glory hole because that glass is at a very critical temperature. He wants to keep it cold enough that it's not moving, but not so cold that it shatters. Now he's using a hot torch to really heat the part where he's going to be adding that second component. We need to use a hot torch so that the glass physically melts together. If he was to just put two pieces of lukewarm glass together, they wouldn't stick. So we really need to make sure it's nice and melted in. So now we have Bri Chesler at the center bench, our artist in residence here today. What she's doing is she's heating up the surface of the glass so she's able to manipulate it and make different textures. On the screen, you can see Nick and Casey J putting on that second shaped component. Now, he was able to tap that pipe, and it cleanly broke off because of that jack line. That jack line puts in tension. And there's a thermal shock that happens when the glass goes from warm to cold that allows us to manipulate it in such a way that we have a clean break off. Right now, Bri is using a tool that's called an inside sculpting tool. It's a ball welded onto a handle. Now she took that hot torch, she got the outside layer of that glass nice and warm so we're able to manipulate it. And what'll happen is we're gonna put all of this texture on the outside of the glass so when she cuts into it, it reveals different optics. Although the glass just looks purple right now, it's actually multiple layers of different colors. So when she cuts that open, it'll reveal that internal color as well. So this work will all be a part of a show that Bri Chesler has with Minhee England at Method Gallery in Pioneer Square coming up in March. She's also starting a new body of work here at the museum. If you haven't had the chance to go see our exhibitions, they're pretty great. One is What Are You Looking At? It's a display of artwork that was created in conjunction with Pilchuck Glass School up in Stanwood and the Tacoma Museum of Glass. There's also an exhibition of donated works from a collector, Robert Minkoff. He collected quite a bit of glass, and he generously donated his entire collection to the museum. Does anyone have any questions about what's going on? Over here in the corner, you can see Laurel is using that gravity to manipulate that glass. We're making another drippy component. So what we do is we use compressed air to cool down the glass enough so that it's no longer moving. Thanks for coming to the museum. Have a nice day. Over here, we're attaching the third component. He's using a cold pair of tweezers, so we're creating that thermal shock. The vibrations in the punty are sent up, and that's how the glass creates enough tension to break off. Right now you can see on the screen Nick is using what's known as the fluffy torch. He's using that so he can heat up that back end. When he goes inside the glory hole, the end bit that has the purple bubbles gets pushed back farthest into the hottest part of the glory hole. So in order to make that heat even, he has to compensate by using that fluffy torch and isolate that heat. If he were to let that glass next to the pipe get too cold, it would break off. Hello, welcome to the Museum of Glass. Here we have visiting artist Bri Chesler. She's making work for a show she'll have in March at Method Gallery with Minhee England. She's also working on a brand new body of work that she's working through here at the museum. Center stage, we have the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. And over in the corner, we have some glass artisans that Bri hired in addition. So we've got quite a few glass workers on the board today. Bri is using the hot torch in order to sculpt the outside layer of the glass. She's then using a steel tool to sculpt it and create a nice texture. She'll later on today open up that glass to reveal the texture on the inside. Over in the corner, we have glass makers creating interior sculpture. So what'll happen is we'll bonk this off, that you can see here, and Bri will use that later on the inside of the sculpture. So we're making components for the inside while we make the outside. Question? The cone is designed as such to be a beautiful object on the outside, and it also helps with the ventilation to bring the heat upward. You are able to walk around the back here, and you can see blueprints of the entire cone. Can we go ahead and play Bri's slides, please? So in 2019, Bri was an emerging artist in residence at the Pilchuck Glass School. Here she started to develop more of the work and some of the concepts she's exploring today. She's really inspired by the use of color, so all of her components have multiple layers of color. So this center element, even though it just looks purple, it's actually 3 different colors of glass, and there will be more added to it later today. A lot of mixed media, a lot of intricate details, and a lot of cold working. Over here, you can see some of the components she brought down to the museum that she'll be using. It's many layers of different colors that have been engraved and sandblasted to reveal all of those layers she's intricately put together. Hello, welcome to the Museum of Glass. So here we have visiting artist Bri Chesler working on some sculptural components for a show she'll have at Method Gallery in Pioneer Square coming up in March. We have a larger element being sculpted in the center stage. We also have another team of glass workers in the corner making components that'll later be added to the center. Right now, what she's doing is she's creating a lot of texture on the surface of the glass that will later be revealed when she opens it up. Do let me know if you have any questions. So just so you know, up you're able to walk around where they are, and there are blueprints on the cone and the cone design. Can we go ahead and play Bri's slides, please? So this is some context on what Bri's work looks like and has looked like in the past. Highly influenced by plants and organic shapes and color. A lot of mixed media. As you could see in the front when you first came in, there's a piece of hers on display. In 2019, she was an emerging artist in residence at Pilchuck Glass School. Right now, we have an exhibition that explores the relationship between the Tacoma Museum of Glass and Pilchuck. These are some flame-worked components. It's similar process in what you're seeing her do here, but those are much smaller. So in the flame working studio, you can only get a certain size, but in the hot shop, you can get much larger. Thank you. So you can see in the center of the hot shop, there's this tool right here. This is known as the garage. This is what we use to keep the glass warm enough so that it doesn't shatter. And it also helps to heat it up so that when we pull it out, we're able to manipulate it again. So inside this garage, we have components that we worked on at the corner bench that we'll soon be adding to this center bench. And right now what they're doing is they're making sure that the end of the glass is going to be warm enough to attach. What Bri's doing here is she's preheating the end of the glass so she's able to cut it open. If she were to try to cut open that end without it being preheated, it wouldn't work. The glass would be too brittle. So what's happening right now is we're using a combination of the hot torch and the heat that's providing and pressure from Gabe blowing inside to help us really open up that hole. The air will always go to the hottest point of the glass, so it'll get thinner and thinner, so we're able to cut it open. She's using tweezers to open up that hole. So right now we need to make sure that that glass is hot enough so that when we go to cut it, it'll cut through. The glass is quite thick. It's probably 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch. So as you can tell, we've now opened up that middle bubble. That was the same one that you saw being sculpted earlier today. Now what she's doing is she's really melting in the marks that were created by the cutting. You can see on the inside that all of those divots she made on the outside, that's really paying off now because it's creating a nice variation of texture and color as those purples got forced into the white inside. Hello, welcome to the Tacoma Museum of Glass. You guys came at the perfect time. So what we're doing right now is we're preparing some of the components we made earlier today to be put inside the center botanical sculpture. So this is visiting artist Bri Chesler's work that she's making for a show she'll have in March at Method Gallery in Pioneer Square. She's also investigating a new body of work. So Nick just took some sculptural components we fabricated this morning from the garage where it was able to stay kind of lukewarm. It's kind of the pause button of glass blowing. So we parked it in the garage, and now we're bringing it back to the reheating furnace so that it can get warm enough to be attached on the inside of this sculpture at the middle bench. Bri's using a hot torch to make sure that that central shape and the components Nick has will really melt together. Let's scrape up. So right now we're really sinking in the heats on both the inside sculptural piece and then the outside sculptural piece. Now we're using water on the end of tweezers to create thermal shock and a bunch of tension in that glass so that it breaks off really cleanly. Now it is customary that whenever we break a piece off of the pipe, we do give a round of applause to our hot shop team. Thank you. So you can see over in the corner, we have more of those components that you saw being put inside the center, being sculpted. We're making these in bundles. Bri's work is very inspired by botanical and a lot of use of color. So what they're doing is they're using the hot torch to make sure that where that central sculptural component touches the outside is really nice and fused. If it wasn't nice and fused, it would really make a point where the glass would want to break. So that middle piece was brought over using what's known as a punty. It's a solid rod. And now she's melting in where there is a little bit of residual clear glass to make sure that it's nice and smooth. Gabe is using the fluffy torch to make sure that the whole sculpture is really nice and warm. If we were to let it get too cold, it would break off the pipe. So it's really important that we're working with a consistent temperature. Right now, Bri is using what's known as a tagliole in order to really finalize the shape of this glass piece. It is getting to the end of this, where we'll bonk it off into the annealer. Hello, welcome to the Tacoma Museum of Glass. So you can see Nick over here, he is what's known as suiting up. So he's wearing a bunch of Kevlar lined garments so that when he goes inside the annealer that is a piping 900 degrees, he doesn't get burned. In the center, we're working on finishing this piece, making sure it's nice and warm. All those external bits, we want to make sure that the same temperature as the core. So we're using a drop of water to create that thermal shock because we just heated up that jack line and now we want a really clean break. Thank you for remembering. Yes. And now Bri is using the hot torch in order to really smooth out that break point. Nick just loaded it into the annealer. It'll stay in that annealer for 9 hours. And tomorrow we'll be able to touch it and see it, and it'll be room temperature, and it'll be great. If you haven't had a chance to check out the exhibitions today, they're super awesome. We have one exhibition called What Are You Looking At? It explores the relationship between Pilchuck Glass School up in Stanwood, Washington, and the Tacoma Museum of Glass. We also have a collection of work that was donated by Robert Minkoff. Very generously donated. It occupies a whole room in that gallery. Can we go ahead and play Bri's slides, please? So this is kind of a background to Bri and her work. These are some flame-worked components that are similar in inspiration to what we're working on now. Bri has a BFA from the Kansas City Art Institute. She's very inspired by color, their layers, and the relationship between the human and the human desire. She uses a lot of mixed media components. And her work is heavily, heavily manipulated pre and post hot shop. This is some work that she had at the Bellevue Art Museum for a show called Glass-tastic in 2018. In the center there, you can see some mirrorized glass. She uses vinyl to give her pieces a backdrop. She also likes to incorporate hair and things that we might seem dirty or weird. Here's a photo of her during her residency at Pilchuck Glass School in 2019. These are some drawings that she provided when she was applying to this residency. Thank you. So right now we have the Hot Shop team working on what will soon to be a cup stuff. Can we play that slide for me, please? So inside this annealer, there is a cup that'll be the outside. The inside color Gabe is working on right now. We will get that inside bubble as close as possible without being too large to the size of the cup inside the annealer. That annealer is full of cups that have been heavily manipulated. You can see a display of the cups right here. Can we please show the Grawl slide? So this is a Grawl. So it's a stuffed cup because we stuff it full of glass. It becomes a Grawl when we manipulate and cut windows or designs inside that stuffed cup. Thank you.
Nothing. So it's about this size? So you want me to stuff this and then you want me to melt it and then smooth, or do you want it all smooth?
So right now, Gabe is taking a fresh, hot gather from the furnace. That furnace is melting glass at 2100 degrees. He will use that furnace heat to stuff this cup. Can we get the stuff cup slide real quick? So he'll use that furnace heat. The inside color is a combination of pink powder and crystal clear frit. Thank you. Right now, Gabe is inside the reheating furnace, also known as the glory hole, making sure it's really nice and toasty. This is known as a top loader kiln because it opens from the top. Now that nice hot molten glass.
We'll do it.
So when Gabe was in that top loading kiln, what he did was he took that molten glass, he put it inside that cup, and then he blew so that the glass would fuse to itself inside the kiln. Now that the glass is properly fused, he can continue to melt that in. The reason we made a cup today is so that we can get a nice variation of a lot of different colors. Looks good.
Yeah, it looks cool. Yeah, I know. I was like, all right. I heard a little squeak there.
Did you hear something?
Yeah, but I don't think, I think it was just like normal glasses.
So right now, Gabe is using the marver to push down the glass that's at the back towards the end of the pipe. Now our next step is to cut off that bit of clear at the very end. We want to do that so it doesn't dilute the color that we worked so hard to get on the end of that bubble. Right now you can see Gabe is using gravity to help manipulate that bubble. You can see that at the very end, it's nice and orange. That's because that's the hottest part of that bubble. On the back side, closer towards the end of the pipe, you can see that it's a darker color. That glass is colder, so that true color is able to be seen much easier. Now what we're doing is we're getting ready to bonk this piece into the annealer. So we're using scissors to kind of add thermal shock to the glass. We're gonna bonk it in there. The vibrations going up the punty causes a nice clean break off right at the jack line. Over at the corner bench, we have KCJ working on horns that'll be used for sculpture later on during this residency. Inside that stainless steel bowl that was just placed on the marver is glass powder. It's a concentrated glass color that will be used to color the glass and make it no longer clear. Can we go ahead and play Bri's slides, please? This is some contextual knowledge about Bri. She's made this work for a long time. It's inspired by botany and intimacy and desire. She'll be here all this weekend. This is a piece that displays her use of mixed media materials in order to achieve her certain aesthetic. You can see that the glass has been heavily manipulated, heavily cold worked, and that a lot of embellishments are added after the hot working process. Thank you. Right now we have Ben taking a gather out of the furnace. Can we have the furnace slide, please? So our furnace runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It is powered by natural gas and forced air, and it holds approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass. That molten glass is being held inside that furnace by a ceramic pot. Thank you. So you got to see Ben add color to that molten glass by dipping into this stainless steel bowl on the marver. Although the glass looks orange, it is a pink.
Which one? The powder. That is red, actually.
Over in the corner, we have Nick making components for Bri's sculptures to be used later on. He's got glass powder that's colored that clear, and now what he's going to do is he's going to blow it up so that it's very thin, and he will break it off into these containers on the floor here. Now, as the glass gets thinner and thinner, it becomes more and more difficult to manipulate. There it is. So when you apply shards like he's creating right now, it creates a variation in both color, density, and the thickness of the glass. So right now, Ben is using diamond shears in order to help stretch that glass and make it a very organic, botanical, inspired shape. Hello and welcome to the Tacoma Museum of Glass. Come on in and have a seat. Here we have visiting artist Bri Chesler working on a series of sculptures for her show she'll have in March at the Method Gallery in Pioneer Square. She's also investigating a brand new body of work. Right now in the center, you can see she's working on a very botanical shape. There are many, many layers of colors that have been applied. Over at the corner, you have Casey J working on horns that she will add to her sculptures later on. And you have Nick, who's currently in the reheating furnace, making shards to be added to her sculptures. Right now, we're heating up what's known as the jack line so that we can create a thermal shock. We'll get the glass really nice and warm, then we'll get it nice and cold, and it'll make a clean break. So Gabe is inside that reheating furnace, at least he was, and that's because the glass, if it gets too cold, it will shatter and break. So it needs to remain at a certain working temperature. Now he's using those shears to cut it off and really create a lot of stress right at that jack line. It's a jack line. It's made with jack line. So that stick that he's got there, he's gonna, what's known as bonk that piece of glass into the annealer. Bonk. So what that does is it creates vibrations, and the glass is already stressed out. So when you bonk it, all the vibrations go up to the glass and it makes a clear cut. So that over there is an annealer. That piece of glass will stay in that annealer for 9 hours as it slowly comes down to room temperature. The annealer starts between 950 and 900 degrees, and tomorrow it'll be room temperature. So everything that we're making today will all go inside that annealer, and when we're done at the end of the day, it'll all slowly come down at once. Right now, KCJ is taking a fresh hot dip of molten glass out of the furnace. Can I have the furnace slide, please? He's away. So the furnace melts glass at 2100 degrees. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The way that we get the glass hot is through natural gas and forced air. That furnace that KCJ is dipping into right now holds 1,000 pounds of glass. Can I have the furnace slide, please? Thank you. So you can see that inside that furnace there is a crucible. That is what's holding our molten glass. We've got our glass burner, our airline, and our flue. Some of you might notice the very unique architecture of the cone here. That is to help bring the heat out. You're able to step along here to get another view of our hot shop, and there's also blueprints on that architectural design for our lovely cone here. Thank you. You can see KCJ on the screen is using what's known as the marver in order to sculpt that glass. So when the glass is of working temperature, we're able to use differences in heat and coldness to manipulate it. By rolling that hot glass on that cold marver, we're able to sculpt the glass into a shape Right now we have Ben dipping into concentrated glass powder that's being held in a stainless steel bowl. We keep it in a bowl so that it is nice and contained, and we're able to dip that molten glass in there. The glass is hot enough that it instantly sticks to the powder on the outside, and then we're able to go inside that reheating furnace and really melt it in. Right here you can see a close-up up on the screen. And now he's able to melt in that color to make it nice and copacetic. In the back, you can see that other people are using more glass powders. It's being applied in a powder booth so that we don't inhale all of the toxins from the little particles of glass. The powders that are being used over there are for the horns that Bri will later on use in her work. Can we have Bri's slides, please? Here's a little background context to our visiting artist, Bri. This is some of her past work. You can see that she uses a variety of different materials in addition to glass. Her focus is primarily using mixed media in order to achieve a botanically inspired sculpture. You can see here she's even incorporated hair. You can see at the front, one of her pieces is on display. And if you haven't had the chance to look at some of our exhibitions that are happening right now at the museum, one of the exhibitions is called What Are You Looking At? And it explores the relationship between Pilchuck Glass School up in Stanwood, Washington, and the Tacoma Museum of Glass. In 2019, Bri was a emerging artist in residence up at Pilchuck. So that's a cool combination. You can see that the glass that Ben has on the end of his pipe is bright orange, but the color of the glass is actually red. And what you're seeing is a chemical reaction between the glass and the heat that's inside of it. As he uses that marver, that glass becomes colder and you're able to see a color closer to the end result. Down on the floor in front of the glory hole are what's known as optic molds. What these do is they create a pattern in the glass to help achieve variation in our color application. The glass is nice and hot. He's going into the optic mold, and when he comes out, it will have the optic imprints from inside that optic mold. So you can see as the glass cools down the different hot spots, the spots where it's brighter and the spots where it's more dull, and that's because of the optics that were put in there. What it does is it pushes the glass in different areas. Can we have the color drop slide, please? So right now we're working on components. In the center here, we have Ben, who has what'll be the center. And then we have Gabe that'll drop another color on top of this. And right now, Ben is working on melting in all of the texture that we applied to the glass earlier, because that texture was just for manipulating the color. We need the surface of the glass really nice and smooth for the color drop, otherwise we can trap air bubbles. Right now, Ben is using a tool called the Jax. It's one of the foundational tools of glass making. So now that the inside bubble's really nice and smooth, we're one step closer to being able to do our color drop. So now that all of that texture has been melted out of the bubble in the center, we're shaping the color drop. So Gabe has a solid piece of color that will then be applied to the outside of the bubble in the center bench. The shape of the glass that Gabe is making is really important so that we don't trap air. So he's kind of looking for almost a cone at the end. This is it. So what they did there was they dropped that molten color onto that air bubble that they let cool, so it provided some integrity on the inside of that glass. And because there was a point, it went point to point so that you don't trap air and you're able to smooth that exterior color along that bubble. Now he's using the marver to evenly distribute that concentration of glass color. The marver is made of a 3/4 inch thick steel plate that helps us to sculpt the glass. It also helps us to cool the glass at certain times of the glass making process. So some of you might have noticed that Ben over in the center here, what he did was he capped off the pipe. He blew air pressure into the pipe, and then by using his thumb to stop the airflow into the pipe, the air that's inside that he just blew in there expands because of the heat from the glass, and it makes sure that we don't clog the end of the pipe and that we've still got a bubble. Because there is such a large concentration of glass, it's really easy to lose sight of that bubble, so it's always nice to make sure your bubble's still there. You can see it's still there because the glass expands once it's gotten hot. Now he's using the jacks to help sculpt the glass into a form that he will then use to gather more glass inside that furnace. So because he's going back inside the furnace, we need to make sure that our core temperature is nice and cold. If he were to go into the furnace molten hot, the glass would all just fall back into the furnace. So we need to make sure our core is really nice and cold. Please let me know if you have any questions. Otherwise, I'm just going to continue to talk about what's going on. I am your guide. So right now, KCJ is making horns for sculptures that Bri will later on use during her residency. So she's composing 5 to 6 different horns, and then she's bonking them off into the garage so that they can be used later on. Right now, she's using the hot torch in order to melt in the tip of that horn. Nick, who is also working in the corner, is making shards that Bri will later use to add variations of color into her work. You can see on the ground that we've separated the shards into different colors. So Nick has been going back behind in our powder booth, putting powdered glass on the surface of his clear bubble, blowing it out, creating the shards, and then organizing them in different colors that she'll use later on. So right now, KCJ is adding water to the end of the pipe where her jack line is so that we're able to break it off cleanly. The question is, what are we making? Can we play Bri's slides, please? So this is kind of a context on what Bri's work looks like. She's very inspired by mixed media, color application, and botanicals. So she's making components that she'll later assemble into a larger sculpture. So it's all parts. She has a show coming up in March at the Method Gallery in Pioneer Square in Seattle. She's also investigating a brand new body of work where she's being very experimental with her color application. Thank you. Right now, Ben is using what's known as a wooden block. It is another foundational tool in glass making. It lives in water because we don't want that wood to burn to the molten glass. Remember, that glass is anywhere between 1900 and 2100 degrees when we're sculpting it. So we use a wooden block that's dipped in water. And what happens is when the water burns off and boils, it creates a layer of air in between the wooden block and the glass that prevents it from sticking. Science. Now Ben is the closest he will ever get to physically touching the glass using a newspaper. It's just a folded up newspaper dipped in water. low-key tool, but it's quintessential in the glass making process. So right now, Ben is taking yet another dip into that furnace. So the way that we determine how much glass is gathered is by the centrifugal force when we are inside that molten glass. So the faster you spin, the more glass you gather. And now he's over at the pipe cooler, because as you can imagine, that heat radiates from that molten glass and that furnace dip all the way up to where you want to put your hands.
Yes. I was like, on your left.
You
Yeah.
don't need to buy my lunch. I'll get my own.
So Ben is about to go inside this top-loading kiln, and he'll stuff the cup. Inside of this kiln, we have some of these cups that are similar to what's on display over here. The idea is the inside and the outside are at the perfect temperature so that the glass fuses together when you go to pick up that cup. And what that does is it puts a bunch of different color layers on the outside, so it's just another way of achieving a really organic shape. So what you witnessed there was the glass was in a kind of a cone shape, right? And so when you go inside that cup that has a similar shape, you push down and blow so that the edges of the interior bubble slowly fill. The tricky part is that if you were to have misshaped glass, you can trap bubbles inside while you're stuffing that cup. You can see the variation in colors. The darker colors you're witnessing here are what was in that stuff cup that was picked up in the kiln, and the brighter orange, that's the original glass coming through. Do let me know if you have any questions. At the center, you can see a very colorful piece of glass. Bri is using corks in order to manipulate the glass. She's flattening them out. So the glass is molten and in the furnace at 2100 degrees. So the constant working temperature of the glass you're seeing on the hot shop floor is over 1000 degrees, and 1000 degrees is really cold. So now Bri is preheating the glass so that she can cut into it. On the screen, you can see KCJ. She's sculpting some horns that'll be used later on. Here in the center, you have Nick, who's about to take another gather in that furnace. Our furnace runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It holds about 1,000 pounds of glass, and it's powered by natural gas and forced air. Inside that furnace is a ceramic crucible that holds that glass. When you take a dip inside, the consistency of that molten glass is similar to that of honey. It also kind of looks like honey, that nice bright orange color. But the glass inside the furnace is absolutely clear. Thank you. So right now, Bri is using the hot torch. She'll then turn around and use what's known as the tagliole in order to sculpt that glass and put a nice ridge in there. Now, they're constantly having to go inside that reheating furnace, also known as a glory hole, because if the glass were to get too cold, it would shatter and break. It would fall off the pipe. So we're constantly having to keep the glass warm enough that it's still able to be manipulated. We're using the hot torch to really concentrate that heat to get that glass to the temperature in which we can actually sculpt it. If you haven't had the chance to check out our exhibitions, we've got a few really cool ones going on right now. One of them is called What Are You Looking At? It's an exploration between the relationship of the Tacoma Museum of Glass and Pilchuck Glass School up in Stanwood, Washington. In 2019, Bri was also an emerging artist in residence up at Pilchuck. There's also an amazing collection that was donated by Robert Metcalf. He had an extensive collection of glass and he donated it all to the museum, so it's quite amazing. So Bri went ahead and she got the slit started on the sculpture in the center here. She's going to use the hot torch to continue that cut line and to continue sculpting. Can we play Bri's slides, please? So here's just a little background on Bri and her work. She's very inspired by the idea of desire, color application, botany, and beauty. Here's some of the past work that she's made. She uses a lot of mixed media materials. Her glasswork is heavily manipulated both on the beginning side of the process and at the end. This is a combination of different materials that are glued on. You can see that she's really setting the tone for her glass sculptures through the use of vinyl. This piece was displayed at the Bellevue Art Museum in 2018 for their Glasstastic showcase. Thank you. The question was, how hot is the furnace? The furnace melts glass at 2100 degrees. So the constant working temperature has to be above 1000 degrees. So at any point in time when the glass is on the floor, it's over 1000 degrees. Hello, 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 and welcome to the Tacoma Museum of Glass. Here we have visiting artist Bri Chesler creating a sculpture. This object on the center of the floor is kind of the main component to one of her sculptures. It's heavily manipulated using a variety of different glass and glass colors. Over here on this display, you can see kind of what's known as a stuff cup. So what she did was she took layers of colored glass and created a cup. And here at the museum, we put that cup on other colored glass to create the texture and the contrasting colors you're seeing on the hot shop floor. Over in the corner, you have other glass makers creating more components for her sculptures. They're creating shards of glass, and they're also creating horns. These will be used as components within a larger sculpture. A hot bit of glass was just brought over to our middle sculpture. And what she's doing is she's adding texture and optical qualities to the glass. Now over here you can see KCJ is about to take a nice hot dip inside of our furnace. Our furnace melts glass at 2100 degrees. It runs 24/7 and it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It holds about 1,000 pounds of glass, and as we use glass today, it becomes less and less full, so we have to charge it. Charging is the process of refilling that tank and letting it fine out. You can see that we have multiple furnaces on our hot shop floor. We have one in use right now, and we have another one that's actually fining out glass to be used in the future. Yes. The question was, do the poles get hot? And yes, they do. You can see over in the corner, KCJ is actually using what's known as a pipe cooler. There's also another pipe cooler over here. And what that is it just literally cools the pipe with running water. So whenever you go inside the furnace, or right before you go inside the furnace, you're gonna wanna cool off your pipe, because that's when the pipe gets really hot. Over in the corner, you can see KCJ using what's known as the marver. And now she's bringing this bit of hot glass over to the main sculpture where they'll be adding it to. Now, glass has to remain above a certain temperature in order to stay malleable and able to be sculpted. So all the glass on the hot shop floor is at least 1,000 degrees. You can see Bri's using what's known as diamond shears in order to put this bit of clear molten glass onto her sculpture. And because the glass is so hot, we're able to cut it physically with scissors. Now you might notice that the gaffer, also known as the lead glassblower, is constantly having to rotate the pipe. If they were to stop turning, the glass would slump from one side to another. Because we're working on a sculpture, that's okay. You'll notice that Bri says things such as flip, and that's in order to make sure that we stay on center as best as possible. So it goes on one side, slumps down, you flip it, and then you compensate for where it went before. Now she's using the hot torch in order to really concentrate the heat at the tip of that bubble. Ben is using what's known as a fluffy torch in order to keep the moil nice and warm. The moil is the glass that's on the end of the pipe that allows for it to be structurally sound. As structurally sound as glass gets anyway. Now what's happening right now is Bri is using a hot torch while Gabe is blowing air into the pipe. And what's happening is the air is forcing itself out on that really warm spot. So they're creating a thin spot that Bri can later then manipulate and cut into. Please let me know if you have any questions at all. I am here as your glass blowing guide. So the question is, what happens when you burn yourself with the glass? And I will tell you that glass blowers get burned quite a bit. Mostly it's on payday. But in all seriousness, the glass is very warm and it is very dangerous. So you go run it under cold water and hope for the best, really. You can touch the glass if you're very quick about it, and there's a layer of oil on your skin that basically burns off and it protects your skin. But if they were to touch a really hot pipe or really grab onto that glass, it's not great. Gabe's. For those of you who didn't hear it, the main injury is just from repetitive motion. So you can constantly see that they're moving the pipe back and forth, and you can also see that they're constantly leaning over, right? So you're gonna have a way stronger left side than your right side, depending on if you're left or right-handed. So you can see right here what they're doing is they're using that hot torch to really concentrate that heat in a very specific area. Bri will then go back in with scissors and cut it open. Because the glass has to maintain a certain temperature, they're constantly going back inside that reheating furnace. The question is, how do you get the colored glass? So colored glass is manufactured in Germany. There are two main places called Reichenbach and Gaffer Glass. And you buy it in a concentrate. So you can buy it in a whole bar of color, kind of like a crayon. And then you can buy it in chunks. And then you can buy it in powder. So the way that this color was added was with chunks and with powder. And then her stuff cups were using bars. So she's manipulated all different forms of color application to achieve where she is now. There's a store up in Seattle called Olympic Color Rod that distributes a lot of the glass color. Right now she's using what's known as a tagliole in order to open up that hole that she has cut in. glass blowers get paid for this?
Or like, how do they make money?
How do glass blowers make money? That is a very, very complicated question. The question was, how do glass blowers make money? So the Tacoma Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, they are employees of the museum. Bri works for a company called Artful Ashes up in Seattle. They create memorials using glass. KCJ works for the Glass Art Society, so she has an arts administration position. Nick is a freelance glass blower, so he works for other glass artists creating their artwork. And Laurel works up in Orcas Island, also helping others to create their artwork. So it's a lot of freelance gigs. There are other companies up in Seattle that do employ a lot of glass blowers, but typically it's freelance work where you find the most skill and the most happiness because it's not repetitive. So right now, Ben is using the fluffy torch to help add some heat to that moil. Now remember that moil, that bulbous part that you're seeing at the end, that's the glass that's physically attached to the pipe. We need to make sure that that stays nice and warm because if we let it get too cold, it will shatter and break, and the glass that we've been working so hard on will fall to the ground.
Until they realize otherwise. Alright, that looks better. Alright, okay, ready to pop.
Nick.
So right now what we're doing at the center bench is we're getting this piece ready to be boxed. Boxing means to put it inside the annealer. The annealer slowly brings the glass to room temperature over 9 hours. So everything that we're making today will go inside a kiln, and it will slowly go through the annealing process so that we can view it tomorrow. The annealing process is essential to making sure that the glass will not shatter and break. If you don't anneal it, you're causing a lot of stress, so that glass really needs to come down to room temperature slowly. What they're working on right now is they're getting the glass to the perfect temperature. They're flashing down the piece. They're heating up that moil, the glass that's on the pipe, right at the jack line, to really cause a lot of stress on purpose, because we'll then introduce a drop of water, which will cause thermal shock, will add vibration to the pipe, and it'll break cleanly off. Cold tool, hot glass, gonna make that glass pretty upset. Nick is wearing a Kevlar suit in order to protect him from the hot glass. He will put this inside a annealer that is between 950 and 900 degrees, where the glass will come down overnight. It's customary to applause when it breaks off the pipe. Thank you very much. And now I am very happy to say that it is our lunchtime. So we will be back in about an hour. Thank you very much for stopping by the Hot Shop. Do make sure to check out our exhibitions. We have a donated exhibition by Robert Metcalf, and we also have the What Are You Looking At display. That's the relationship between Pilchuck and the Tacoma Museum of Glass. Thank you. Testing, testing. Hello, and welcome to the Tacoma Museum of Glass. That was my entire speech. Here we have the Hot Shop team working for visiting artist in residence, Bri Chesler. Right now she's making components for a show that she will have in March in Seattle in Pioneer Square with her friend Minhee England. She's also developing a brand new body of work. Over here on the display, you can see some of her stuff cups, some of her color applications. Can we go ahead and play Bri's slides, please? Here's some context to Bri's work. She uses a lot of mixed media, a lot of sculptural forms, really inspired by botanical and organic glass making. When you walked into the Hot Shop, she also has another piece on display right at the very beginning. Sorry, it's on the back side of this wall. Thank you.
I want them to be able to make it later before the weekend.
Over here we have Nick taking a gather of glass. The glass inside of the furnace is melting at 2100 degrees. That furnace is on 24/7. It's powered by natural gas and forced air and holds approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass. Now, when you're taking a dip in that furnace, the consistency of the glass is similar to that of honey, but it is very, very hot. Even though the glass coming out of the furnace looks bright orange, it's actually clear. As that glass becomes closer to room temperature, it reveals its final color. KCJ is using the marver to sculpt a bubble. Right over in the corner, they're working on fat cells that'll be used in some of Bri's work in the future. She's using a pair of jacks to put in a jack line. This creates a really great point for the glass to be broken off of that pipe when she's ready to work it from the other side. You can see at the end of that bubble, it's become closer to that clear color. That's because it's had a chance to be blown out and to get closer to that room temperature. All of the glass that you see on the hot shop floor right now is at least 1,000 degrees. Right now in the center, Gabe is manipulating what's known as color bar, which is a solid chunk of color that's highly concentrated. So right now, Gabe is getting that concentrated color really nice and hot. He's using that marver to sculpt it into a nice teardrop shape. Ben is at the middle bench ready to accept the color drop. We have to let that inside bubble stay nice and cool so that when we put that molten hot drop of color, it doesn't distort the bubble underneath. We want to make sure that the color is evenly distributed, so we need that nice, hard, solid core. He's using his diamond shears to help anchor the pipe that the color is on. We'll then use those same shears to cut the glass. Now that glass is so hot that you're able to cut it when it's molten. If they were to let that glass get too cold, it would become brittle and it would break instead of slice. So now that that color drop is on that clear bubble, he'll work to more evenly distribute that color all along that bubble. So Bri's work incorporates a large amount of colors. So she's actually going to be adding another color on top of the color drop we just did to make multiple layers. You can see an example of this work right here. So these are what's known as stuff cups. They're stuff cups because we stuff molten glass on the inside of that to create a layered effect of colors. So if you come closer, you can see that it's 3, 4, 5 different colors of glass that have been layered one on top of another. She's working on that same kind of color application here on the hot shop floor. So colored glass comes in 3 different forms. It comes in color bar, which is literally a bar, kind of like a crayon. It comes in something called frit, which are large chunks, and then it comes in powder. Throughout this display, we will most likely be using all 3 different types of glass color. Right now, we're starting off with bar. Can we move the camera to the powder booth? Right here you can see the powdered glass she's dipping the molten glass into, and those larger chunks in the center, that's the frit I'm referring to. Thank you. Now Ben is cooling the surface of that bubble in the center, getting it ready to accept the next drop of color that Gabe is now sculpting on the marver. You can see the shape of the bubble. It's kind of a bullet shape. That is so we do not trap air when we put that additional layer of color on the outside. So the shapes of the glass drop, the color drop, and the shape of the bubble are very specific to this technique. You want a nice point, and then you want to taper towards the back side. So both of those points will come together, and then the color will slip on in a nice even layer. Please let me know if you have any questions. Otherwise, I'm your guide. I'm talking you through the steps. So even though this glass looks orange, it is not orange. It is transparent red. So that color bar, that concentrate I was referring to earlier, if you use a lot of transparent, it does get to the point where it is opaque. But as this glass cools to room temperature throughout the glass working process, it will show its true color, which will be closer to that clear red. I'm too serious. Oh.
I said you can't be too serious, you know?
About what?
Just in general,
Oh.
being a wise ass.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Jesus.
No, that's just how I see things.
Oh, that's. So Ben is taking another gather in that hot furnace. So we've got a layer of clear, 2 layers of color, and now 1 more layer of clear. And we will slowly build this up to get even larger. The plan is to make the middle bench sculpture as large enough to put a horn on the inside of the sculpture. Over here in the corner, we have Nick making tentacles. These are different parts that'll be used later on in the sculpture making process. Over in the corner, we also have Casey J and Laurel making organic sculptural forms reminiscent of fat cells and the way that fat inhabits the body. You can see that there's some texture that's been put on there. That was done using copper piping. We've got this nice hot bit. She's using her shears to hold the pipe. It's hot enough to cut, smash it down. And then she'll use her hot torch to really concentrate that heat on that bit that was just brought over to make sure that she's got enough temperature in the glass to manipulate it with her copper piping. You can see the copper pipe comes in different sizes, and she's really giving it a lot of texture over there. Now, the plan is that this is a super organic form, so there isn't a particular pattern, a particular rhyme or reason. We're just going for this organic form. Nick's getting ready to break off that tentacle. So what he's doing is he's using that hot torch to really put a lot of heat on the back end of that pipe. Once he gets it nice and toasty, he can use his diamond shears to really cut into that glass. And right where he's cutting, that is where the glass will break off because he got it really nice and hot, then he got it cold, and he started cutting, and now that glass is super upset right there. So on the hot shop floor, there's this giant piece of machinery. This is the garage. This is where we press pause on all of our sculptures. We park our glass objects in the garage. So that is exactly where that tentacle's gonna go. He's gonna park it in the garage. We may use it later today, but she's got another 2 days of residency, so it might happen tomorrow or the next day. He's using a dot of water, and then he hits the pipe, and the vibrations are sent up the pipe, and where that glass is really upset because we got it really hot, then we got it really cold, it breaks off perfectly. Can we play Bri's slides, please? Here's a look into Bri's previous work. Bri is over here with the nice sparkly bow tie. She's our visiting artist in residence. She earned a BFA from the Kansas City Art Institute. She's been shown at the Bellevue Art Museum. And she's also got a show with her friend Minhee England at Method Gallery in March of 2023. This piece that's on this display right now was shown at the Bellevue Art Museum in 2018 as part of their Glasstastic showcase. Thank you. So if you notice, everyone on the floor has pipes that are used and they're in constant rotation. Right now, we've got a lot of hot glass that's being taken out of our furnace that holds 1,000 pounds of molten glass at any one time. Ben is at the center stage using a wooden block to help sculpt that glass. The wooden block lives in water. When the block is used on the glass, there's a layer of steam that builds up as the water burns off to make sure that the glass does not get stuck to that wooden block. Gabe is now putting the glass into the reheating furnace, also known as the glory hole. The glass has to maintain a certain temperature so that we're able to manipulate it and so that it retains its malleability. If we were to let the glass get too cold, it would absolutely shatter and fall on the ground. If the glass were to get too hot, we would simply just cool it down. So in the middle, we've got Ben using a piece of newspaper to help sculpt the glass. This is the closest he will ever come to physically touching the glass with his hand. Can we go ahead and put up the stuff cup slide, please? So this is what we're working on right now. The team at the center stage are using the inside color, and we'll be going over to this kiln, which is known as a top loader because it opens and closes from the top, and we will stuff it into a cup that Bri has made previously. You can see some of the cups over on this lit display to give you an example. They're super textural, many layers. And it's one way for her to achieve a real complexity to her glass. Thank you. Ben has to let that glass in the center set up, because if he were to go into the furnace really too hot, that glass would dribble off into the furnace and we'd have a lot of diluted, yucky glass. As you can see over here on the screen, as the end bit gets colder, it does get closer to the true color, and you can see the optics of that clear glass layer on the outside with the colored glass on the inside.
Hi, I'm Gabe.
This is Julia.
We're a glass person. I'm just a weirdo.
we have a VIP in the audience. Her name is Julia Chamberlain. Thanks for coming, Julia. Me, Julia, and Bri, along with Minhee and another gal, were all up as Hallberg Fellows at Pilchuck Glass School. Speaking of Pilchuck, we have an awesome exhibition right now called What Are You Looking At? That explores the relationship between Pilchuck and the Tacoma Museum of Glass. So what you just witnessed there was Ben pulling the glass so that it became longer. He ended up gathering just a hair too much glass. We cannot be too big when we go into the cup, otherwise we'll trap air bubbles, and we want it to be as seamless as possible. So that was stuffing the cup. So what he did was when he went up, the glass was hot enough so that he could stretch it out. We really want to make sure that we're not tapping the sides of the glass. So he was able to stretch it out. He pushes in and then he blows it up so that we're able to make contact with the whole cup with that molten glass on the inside. You can see all the spots of bright orange. That's where Bri has worked the glass so thin that she actually removed it completely. Does anyone have any questions for me? Cool. So right now, at the center bench, you can see a really beautiful transition of heat. At the end of the pipe, it's a brighter orange because it's closer to the heat when they're going inside that reheating furnace, also known as a glory hole. So what they'll end up having to do is compensate by using the fluffy torch on the pipe side, because we really want there to be a nice even heat on the glass, but because the burner is so far in that glory hole, that end will always get hotter faster. Now he's able to use his diamond shears and snip off a little piece of clear glass. The paper really allows him to get a nice organic shape, one that is reminiscent of Bri's previous work. There's that fluffy torch, right? So he's putting heat back in the back of the piece because we can't quite get there in the glory hole. Right now, Gabe is using gravity to his advantage, letting the weight of the glass help stretch that shape out. Now Bri is using corks to help shape that glass. You can see that they're rotating. They're called flipping. They're flipping the glass back and forth so that we're able to keep that glass on center. Over here in the corner, we have what's about to be another layer of fat cells. So Laurel got the tip of that mass really nice and hot. Casey Jade touched it on another piece of hot glass so it starts to melt in. And now she'll continue to heat in that area so that she can get the glass hot enough to continue to sculpt using her copper pipes. Right now, Nick is gathering a nice hot bit of glass, and they'll be attaching it to the sculpture in the center stage. Now you can see that glass is super molten hot from that furnace. It's the hottest the glass will ever be on the hot shop floor. Now Bri's using the hot torch to really solidify that connection and to make sure that where the glass was cut is melted in. Gabe is capping off the pipe, which is creating tension with the air on the inside. And as the air is exposed to that hot piece of glass, it is expanding, creating these bobules. So where that glass was applied, that pattern has become super distorted because of the air that was forced through that bubble. Right now, they're making sure that the connection from the base glass and that module she just added are really nice and solid. Now preheating for another glob of clear glass to be added to the sculpture. Ben is heating that moil. The moil is the glass that is on the pipe end. It's the anchor point to that glass. Mohel?
That's always the problem.
So now we got that really nice hot furnace heat. She's pulling the glass off the end of the punty, melting in the texture from where we just cut. And now here's where we're adding that pressure. The end of the pipe is capped. What Bri is achieving right here is inside sculpting. So she's sculpting that color, she's sculpting that object from the inside using the air pressure that's created. So right now they're cooling the surface of the bubble and blowing on the inside to really make that window nice and bright. If we move the camera over to the corner, please. Now we can see that we're adding even more fat cells to our sculpture on the corner. Laurel has a big glob of molten colored glass. The color was achieved by dipping it into powder. And KCJ's got a clear bubble for the base that she's now adding that powdered white glass to. She's sculpting the bits that are brought over to her using copper pipes, really organically, trying to avoid any pattern or she's trying to achieve the most organic form she can using glass. Does anyone have any questions at all? Now we're adding the third and final bit of clear glass. Now, as that glass expands, it's actually distorting the pattern underneath, and the clear glass is creating a lens because of the thickness of that glass and the optical quality of the material. Thanks for coming to the museum. Have a great day. If anyone in the audience is interested, I do have business cards and stickers by our visiting artist, Bri Chesler. They're fun.
Thank you.
That's what I think about. Like someone's gonna see that. I've had a few Applewood boys put them on their water bottle and they talk in the middle of work meetings. I'm putting hot
Who
pants
gave us
on
some nipple stickers?
and
What?
sculpting.
Who gave us some nipple
Dan
stickers?
Dan Shipley. Yeah.
Mine are
All over.
kitty cloud.
You're gonna put it all over?
Not all over.
So now Bri is adding even more clear glass, but instead of blowing it up and distorting those bubbles or those lenses, she's sculpting. You can see that glass, it does what it wants to do, and that is fall on the ground. The tool that she's using is made out of brass. She's sculpting lines in there that are similar to wrinkles. Can we play Bri's slides, please? So here's a bit of the context from Bri Chesler's work. She has a BFA from the Kansas City Art Institute. She's shown throughout Seattle. And she was part of the 2018 Glasstastic Showcase of Art at the Bellevue Art Museum. Her glass is highly influenced by color and botany, and concepts revolving around desire. She uses vinyl in the background of some of her installations to create a context. She uses a wide variety of mixed media, as you can see by her piece in the front of the gallery here at the museum. Thank you. So this piece of glass, some of you might be wondering what it's for or what she'll do with it. She has a showcase of her work at Method Gallery in Pioneer Square coming up in March with her friend Minhee England. She's also developing a brand new body of work here at the museum. So I just got a request from the internet. They really want to see Bri's slides. Yep. So this is a little bit of a background into who Bri Chesler is and what her art has morphed into through the time. With a BFA from the Kansas City Art Institute, she's continued to live and to make work in glass since 2016. In 2018, she was invited to participate in a Glasstastic showcase of art at the Bellevue Art Museum. And in 2019, she was an emerging artist in residence at the Pilchuck Glass School up in Stanwood, Washington. You can see from the slides that she uses a wide variety of materials. She also manipulates glass before and after the hot shop. So she's cold worked meticulously these forms. This is a piece of cast glass. And here you can see that she's began to use a wide variety of colors. She also sets the stage for her work by manipulating the backdrop. In this case, she has used colored vinyl, cut to emulate the shapes of her sculptures. In the front of the gallery, you can see one of her pieces on display as you walk into the hot shop. I highly encourage you to study all of the materials she's incorporated into that work. It's not every day you see human hair and glass. Now she's just been given another hot bit and she's continuing to use her brass taglio to incorporate even more texture into the material. So in addition to the lenses that are present underneath the patterned glass, she's now got layers of thick, clear glass. Over on the corner bench here, you can see KCJ is continuing to make more fat cells to add to sculptures later on. The interior shape is a clear bubble that's manipulated to look like fat rolls. She's then adding bits of clear glass with white powder to create this symbiotic biology material texture. Laurel, who's heating up the glass in the glory hole, she has in her hand what's known as a feeder bit. So essentially, she made a large quantity of glass with the white powder inside that she's continuing to heat up and to feed bits of glass to KCJ. This is one of the ways that glass makers introduce production elements into their work. You can see she's having to get quite close to that molten glass, which is why she's wearing a glove. Here in the center stage, we have even more clear glass being added to that central figure. You can see that when the glass comes out of the furnace, it's really, really bright and orange, but as it cools down, it becomes closer to its final color, which is clear. All of the glass inside that furnace is clear. Can we go ahead and play the furnace slide, please? Here's a look at that glass furnace. It heats the glass to 2100 degrees. It is on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it is powered by natural gas and forced air. The furnace holds approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and every time we take a dip, we're taking a little bit of glass out of there. Now Bri's using the hot torch to manipulate more and to add even more texture to this sculptural element. If anyone is local and curious about where this work will be shown, some of it will be shown with Minhee England at Method Gallery in Seattle's Pioneer Square. They have a solo duo collab debut in March of 2023. Here you can see Gabe is using the fluffy torch to add heat to that moil area. If we don't heat the moil, it will break off. Hi, welcome to the museum. Feel free to have a seat if you like. Here we have visiting artist Bri Chesler. We're working on some sculptural components for her here in the center stage. Over on the side, we have more components happening. These are inspired by the fat cells in the body. She's really inspired by the use of color, botany, and anatomy. Right now, Laurel is heating up what's known as a feeder bit. She'll be using that to continue making fat cells on this clear bubble. You can see KCJ is sculpting those fat cells using copper tubing. In the center, Bri is preheating the sculptural bubble using a hot torch, while Ben is heating the moil of the glass using what's known as a fluffy torch. Now Bri is cutting into her bubble to open it up to reveal the inside colors. When glass is hot enough, you're able to cut it using standard shears. So she's really dialing in that heat so that she can continue to cut that slit in this sculpture. If you're wondering where this sculpture will end up, she has a solo duo collab show with Minhee England at Method Gallery in Pioneer Square coming up in March of 2023. All of the components we're making here tonight will be a part of that show, as well as Bri discovering a new body of work while she's here at the Museum of Glass this weekend. Here she's going in to cut that slit even more. Now the tool she's using here is called a duck bill shear. It's in reference to the shape of the blades. Thank you, everyone, for visiting the museum. Just so you know, we are shutting down in 15 minutes.